Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the ordinary meeting of Council for the month of October. It's a great pleasure to welcome everyone here, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rebecca, councillors, our Acting CEO, Nick Hauser. Thank you, Nick, and those that are in the room and certainly those that are watching online as this meeting is being live streamed. Also acknowledge Deanne, thank you very much for your diligence as well. We have quite a meeting today to get through, which looking forward to immensely, which will be terrific. We do have, obviously, those that are watching online, but acknowledge those that are in the room with us today, and thank you very much for taking the time to be with us this morning and for the day. Can I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Councillors, there are a couple of values moments I'd like to raise this morning and highlight, I guess, from the organisation's perspective. And our values, of course, is a reminder around accountability, safety and wellbeing, teamwork, honesty and respect. And I think when I explain these two values moments, you'll understand why they're worthy of mention in our ordinary meeting of Council. The first of which is the payroll team within Council. Last weekend, our payroll team worked all weekend, in fact, to ensure that we can get as accurate as possible the new system of payroll working through. And I was with General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson and visited the team during those out-of-hours times. And to see their dedication and commitment to the organisation was something well worthy of a values moment, Anne-Marie. So I'd love you to pass that on to the team if you could. There's a lot of pressure on payroll. You know, you certainly know if it's not right. You certainly know if it's not right. So please pass that on. The second values moment, councillors, is in regard to one of our gardeners in the team here and in the gallery today, and that's Julie Stoddart. And Julie, I'll share your values team with the rest of our gardening parks team as well, if you don't mind, because I think a couple of things that you've said in your experience over in Singapore resonated with the values, and that is to have an understanding of the great fortune that you had of going to Singapore for a couple of weeks, but also of your feeling knowing that you've left the team for 2 weeks in arguably the most exciting and busy time of the year. And that wasn't lost on you on a number of occasions in Singapore when we spoke. So I really wanted to raise a values moment for you and the way in which you are a wonderful ambassador for our region in Singapore, working with the team and most notably working with Grace Yang, who you'd spent 6 months with. Well, she was over here on a staff exchange from Singapore Gardens by the Bay. And obviously that relationship is one that we witnessed over in Singapore as a great friendship that's been formed. So today, councillors, I particularly wanted to shine a spotlight on Julie and her great ambassadorial role that she played in Singapore and the way in which you work with the team, but also your team that were here, and in fact all of our parks teams, on presenting another spectacular Carnival of Flowers for not only 25 days, but leading into it with the early arrival of some of our blooms and holding the flowers to the last day in the long weekend was an extraordinary effort, because they were really getting tired, some of those flowers. So, Julie, like our gardeners, I would imagine. So, Julie, to you, thank you very much on behalf of not only councillors, but all of the region for the way in which you held yourself in Singapore for us. So thank you very much indeed. Would you like to say anything, Julie, in response to that? Come forward, Julie, and do appreciate it very much indeed. It was one of the great pleasures to see Julie's interaction with the Singaporean team over there, actually. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you for your kind words, Jeff. Councillors, fellow teammates, and ladies and gentlemen. It was truly a privilege and an honour to represent Toowoomba Regional Council gardeners in the setting up of the most stunning display to commemorate this year's 75th anniversary of the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers. I felt that Council valued me as a person and my abilities to undertake this incredible once-in-a-lifetime staff exchange, in Singapore's Gardens by the Bay. Thank you to all those who were involved in making this full circle moment a reality. Expect great things to happen in our region. Thank you.
How good. That's absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Julie. And it occurred to me, actually, the Deputy Mayor and myself were chatting only earlier in the week, last Friday actually, when we were with ABC Board, of the things that have happened over the last 3 to 4 weeks here in our region. Singapore, of course, is massive. It's still got another 4 weeks in situ. Singapore Gardens by the Bay, expected 700,000 visitors. And in fact, maybe more, given the numbers that have been through there already. Of course, Carnival with 25 days and the various community groups that have been involved there, some 80 different groups. The ABC Board, the National Board of ABC and their executive here for 3 days, deliberating in this very room about ABC. The Australian Camp Oven Festival, bringing thousands of people to Millmerran and traversing our region. Liverpool Football Club, signing an academy agreement with St Mary's College and St Ursula's College. The Stamp Show probably went under the radar a little bit, but they had representatives from every state plus the ACT in our region for 3 days last weekend. The Squeeze Box Festival at Maclagan saw participants come from Victoria, South Australia and New South Wales to Maclagan. We also had, of course, our very own Will Brown, an ambassador for us, coming third at Bathurst. All of this has happened in the last 3 weeks. And happening right now and over the next 3 days is the 14th Australasian Plant Conservation Conference. Happens every 2 years, so this is the 14th of this. This is the first time it's being held in Toowoomba, and indeed it's the first time it's being held in Queensland. And they've got participants from every state and territory across the nation here for 4 days. So I guess it's a time for reflection on often we underestimate the value that community plays in bringing events to our region. We play our part, but most of what we've spoken about there today is because of a dedicated group of community members who actually want to and advertise and promote our region for a destination for events and conferences. So I think today, another values moment for our community, because it's been a remarkable promotion of our region over the last 3 weeks. So thank you for your indulgence, councillors. It was worth mentioning. So we move then, councillors, to a very exciting part of the morning, which is the delegation by appointment. Today, and I guess leading on from some of those comments, we've got Jane Morey from Toowoomba Regional Council, our International Secretariat, Nilesh Prasad from TISB, and Queensland Country Tourism represented by the CEO Peter Homan. This is a presentation, councillors, to give not only us in the room, but those watching online and can look back on that, the benefits of collaboration and working together. So Jane, I'll hand over to you, and you've each got, we're stretching it a bit here, you've each got 5 minutes. Councillors, there won't be any questions in this forum. However, Jane will be back later in the year, in November or potentially December, for a fulsome report or wholesome report into the visit to Singapore, which will give everyone another taste in this room of the opportunities that it has brought. Over to you, Jane. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. The development of a strong international partnership, which began in 2017 with Gardens by the Bay, has been the key to the opportunity offered to Toowoomba Regional Council to showcase the region and the Toowoomba Carnival flowers at the world's leading horticultural tourist attraction. This has been a collaborative project between Gardens by the Bay and Toowoomba Regional Council, and in partnership with the Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise and Queensland Country Tourism. The project has provided an 850 square metre horticultural display showcasing the Toowoomba region, the Toowoomba Carnival flowers, region produce, and our rich First Nations culture. We had a delegation of 33 members, with 6 council members and 27 business representatives participate. It is estimated that 700,000 international visitors will enjoy the display during its 8-week showing, many of which are taking photos and sharing them with family and friends and on social media. The media coverage from the launch alone generated more than 78 identified press releases across Singapore, China, and Australia, all promoting our region and the Toowoomba Carnival flowers. Comments on social media have been very positive so far, and it's as saying it is the most colourful display yet. A key highlight of the project is a gene streaming journey sculpture designed by local artist and scientist Ben Beaton. This sculpture blends elements of ecology, geology, history, and was made possible by the sponsorship of Morton Co Fertilisers. This will be a legacy piece that will live on at the Gardens by the Bay. Council also commissioned Kim Walmsley to provide digital artworks which were used in the yarning circle and printed on canvases throughout the display. This project included a community aspect with the school and exchange between Rangeville State School and Canberra Primary School in Singapore. This involved 2 online sessions, student researching the respective cities, and painting of timber cutouts, which was included in the display. The council delegation visited Canberra Primary School to see their amazing school. It is hoped that this relationship will continue on into the future. Council delegation also met with Mayor Alex Yam of North West District, hearing about the community development programs. We also visited the Land Transport Authority, who provided an overview of their transport system and the planning systems process. A recommendation will be made to ComSec to include a session with the Land Transport Authority during the visit early next year. Council delegation also joined TSB for meetings with the Trade and Investment Queensland, Austrade and the Australian High Commission. As the Mayor mentioned earlier, the staff exchange provides a strong commitment to the relationship with Gardens by the Bay and provides a great opportunity for council staff to share and gain knowledge for personal development and improving council practices. I'm sure that Julie will have much to share with her team about her experiences. This project also included opportunities to develop trade and tourism linkages. I'd like to introduce Nilesh Prasad, Trade and Market Development Officer from TSBE, to share some points on the trade element.
Welcome, Nilesh.
Thank you, Jane, and good morning, councillors. As I'll set the scene by starting with the aim of the trip. As part of the Carnival of Flowers launch in Singapore, the agribusiness delegation was in market for 5 days. The aim of this trip was to give regional agri-food businesses the opportunity to experience Singapore market, site visits, protein innovation centres, and food tech visits, as well as progress commercial industry outcomes. The makeup of the delegation was Inglewood Organic, Morton Co, Wearing Memories, Wine Merchants, and Gourmet Free Range Pork, totaling to a 6-member delegation. The events that we attended as part of the 5-day visit was delegates at the Gardens by the Bay launch, the Singapore Food Agency. SFA is the National Authority for Food Safety and Security in Singapore. Visits to Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Austrade, and Trade and Investment Queensland. Narasa and Food Tech Innovation Centre. Narasa dedicated to addressing food challenges through partnerships and providing a one-stop shop solution. DHL and the Global Forwarding Team. Networking night with Australian Singapore Chamber of Commerce. Little Farms, they're also 50% of their products from Australian farmers and producers, including meat, beverages, and groceries. Meat Traders Association, MLA, APL meetings, and Protein Innovation Centre, a research and development facility dedicated to advancing protein technology and sustainable food solutions, and providing us with a unique exposure and a future-focused facility. Individual meetings and site visits. Benefits for the delegation and what we got out of this for the region. TSB leveraged the opportunity presented by Gardens by the Bay to conduct a market connections tour in Singapore. We brought 4 members on the delegation, providing them exclusive opportunities to explore and advance their export journeys. From a regional perspective and considering TSB's broader export initiatives, this trip proved invaluable. It allowed us to experience the extensive export supply chain and understand current and future market demands that Australia and our regional production can capitalise on. Given Singapore's reliance on food imports, the future requirements and opportunities in areas like food security and plant-based products are significant. Our brands have a premium position in the market and for products that are organic, natural and healthy. Exporting to Singapore also serves as a gateway to broader Asian markets, offering vast opportunities for our region. The country's strategic geographic position connects us to a massive market of over 600 million people, bringing the region even closer to the Indian markets. Once goods arrive in Singapore and with the right partnership and determining the rules of origin relating to the product, exporters also benefit from free trade with these markets, providing a substantial advantage to a region's supply chain. Singapore stands at the heart of a globally interconnected network of land, sea and air transportation, making it a crucial link to numerous other markets worth our attention. Thank you.
Nilesh, thank you very much.
I'd like to invite Peter Homan, CEO, Queensland Country Tourism, to share some points on the tourism opportunities.
Yeah, thanks, Jane, and thanks, Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for your time. Singapore was just great, and I think the collaboration early on between, and I've got to thank Jane and Kate Scott for all the work that they did in Nilesh for organising it. We had multiple meetings for months and months and months to make sure that this worked properly, and I think it showed in the end, but it was a really good collaboration between Council, Tisby and Queensland Country Tourism. I thought that worked really, really well. So from our point of view, Singapore's a great market for tourism. They speak English, they're free independent travellers, they drive on the right side of the road, they're high yielding. The only thing they don't like is cricket, but otherwise they're a really good market for us. And we can't attack every market from a tourism point of view, we just don't have the budget. But Singapore's a really good market, and the Gardens by the Bay connection gave us a really good opportunity to go over there. Kate and I went there last year and did the Asian marketplace, which also gave us a really good insight into the wholesalers over there. So can you do on the next one? So we operated for 4 days. We took 12 operators. We met with over 100 agents while we were there. So you can see we had Carnival with us. Kate represented the John Derry and Woolshed as well. Gum Guru, Bunya Mountains experience with Shannon and his team. Steve came from the Cobb. Cade Maguire, Councillor Cade Maguire came from Western Downs Council. We had floating images there as well. And then we had some wineries from the Granite Belt, which worked out really well. So we took some wine over for those councillors who had the opportunity of being there on the Monday night. We had some local wine over there as well. We also did some tasting while we were there with the agents on the Monday afternoon. We worked really strongly with Tourism Events Queensland, Singapore as well as Tourism Australia, and they really looked after us. EU Holidays there are the biggest wholesalers in Southeast Asia by a country mile. They welcomed us with open arms. They've already got this area loaded into their wholesale division, which means they can sell it now. We've been doing that for a couple of years. Tourism's not an easy thing. To get loaded in these big wholesalers you just don't do it overnight. It takes about 2 years of work, and then the operators have to be contracted. There's another year on top of that. So it's a really big thing. You have to be in their face all the time and often. So Chan Brothers are the second biggest in the area, so they operate both travel agents and they're wholesalers as well. So they sell and they operate as an online travel agent. So think booking.com, that's an online travel agent. So Chan Brothers, EU Holidays are both of those. Price Breaker's another really big one in the region. There's also Klook and KK Day and some others, which we met as well, which aren't up there, but we met with a lot. We did a lot of work. The operators were really good. Everyone got better and better. Our presentations got better as the days wore on, and you could really see it. So it was a really great opportunity from a tourism point of view. We need to keep working in that area though. I'll go to the next one if I can. We've strengthened our position over there. What I do want to do, I did want to recognise Qantas though, who gave us free freight on that Gene Stream tree. We didn't recognise them enough, and they did it without much recognition. So And David James, one of our directors from Queensland Country Tourism, was over there. So we had 3 directors of Queensland Country Tourism, which I thought was great, including our Mayor and Chair, Jeff McDonald, which just worked out really well. But David James, who's one of our directors, tells the story when he rang Qantas. He said, "I've got a pot plant, I'd like you to move from Brisbane over into Singapore." And that Gene Stream tree was just over 1/2 a tonne. So it was a fair old pot plant that he wanted moved over. So, but they did it for free. They even freighted it at the other end. I mean, they got picked up, didn't it, by Gardens by the Bay, but it was a really good collaboration between the 3 organisations, and it gives us a really good footprint into the future. We haven't been everything to a lot of international markets, but Singapore is one we can work really well with. That's pretty much us. Yep.
This project has been a great example of what good collaboration can achieve, not only internationally, but also across council departments and also with our external organisations, all working to showcase what a great region we have. And thank you to the councillors for the support on this project. A report will be brought to council for December meeting, which will provide a more in-depth look at the outcomes and the economic benefits from the Gardens by the Bay Carnival Flowers display. This is a start of a long project, a long-term project. Further follow-up and in-market work will be done. It will take at least 3 to 5 years to see some of the trade and tourism outcomes come to fruition, but it will happen. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Jane. Appreciate it. And thank you, Nalish and Peter as well. And Julie, thank you for spending some time over with us this morning as well. Do appreciate it. Very good. Looking forward to December when we can get the feedback from Gardens by the Bay and around numbers and all those sorts of things. Be quite interesting as well. But thank you, folks. Give them a round of applause. I think they deserve that. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Nalish. Do appreciate it. And thank you, Kate, as well, for all your work putting that together. We move then, council, to item number 3, which is attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. The apology we have is a noting of a leave of absence, and so that is already recorded from Councillor Melissa Taylor, so there's no resolution required. We also have then a couple of granting of leave of absence, the first of which is for Councillor Tim McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. I do need to request a request for a leave of absence. So previously, councillors approved a leave of absence for me on the 12th and 13th of November this year, and due to changes in scheduling, I will be here and present, so I need to request that that be unapproved, if that's the correct way to ask. So I request that I will be at work on the 12th and 13th of November, owing to a GAICD movement of course dates. Thank you.
So effectively what you're saying is that you'd like to rescind the motion that we've already put forward, and therefore it won't stand. That's right. So someone moved that we rescind the motion that was, pardon me, moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion is favour. So that is to rescind the previous motion, Deanne. You can make note of that one. And it's, did you get the mover and seconder? Okay, thank you. We move then to the next grant of leave of absence, which is Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to apply and request a leave of absence from the ordinary meeting of council on November the 19th, 2024, due to council commitments.
Thank you very much. Can we have someone move? Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillor Bill, you also have a request for leave of absence.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillors, I'd like to request a leave of absence for the special meeting on the 6th to the 11th, 24, and for the committee meetings both on the 12th and 13th of the 11th, 24.
Thank you, Councillor Bill. Could I have someone moved? Those on. Thank you, Councillor Edwina. Seconder, Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Deanne, you're right.
Councillor Trevor? Thanks, Chair. Requesting a special leave of absence from the 6th to the 13th of November. So that'll incorporate a special meeting plus some committee meetings for council business.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. So I'll just, Deanne will make note of these. Let's have someone to move that leave out. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. So moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to request a leave of absence from the ordinary meeting on the 18th of March 2025, please. And,
Sorry. Okay, 18th of March 2025, ordinary meeting.
and secondly, I would also like to rescind my leave request for the committee meetings on the 12th and 13th of November this year. In a similar vein to Councillor McMahon, the training course is now going to be rescheduled.
So you have you already got a leave of absence for the 12th and 13th of November?
Do.
Okay, so let's deal with that one first.
Okay.
We'll rescind that motion. So have someone move to rescind Councillor Edwina's leave of absence from 12th and 13th of November. Councillor Trevor, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Trevor move, Councillor Kerry second. Those in favour? Motion's carried. So we then move to the second, which is a leave of absence for 18th of March, ordinary meeting 2025. That's right. Have someone move. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. At the end, we okay? Thank you very much. Any other leave of absence required, councillors, at this stage? If not, we'll then move to the declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest. I have none advised at this stage for either prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest, in fact. If there is something that crops up, councillors, either you or you feel someone else may have a conflict, please feel free to raise that at the time. If there's nothing further there, we'll move then to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes. The first of which is the ordinary meeting of council on the 17th of September. Councillor Carroll was absent for that meeting. The motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 17 September 2024 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll then move to the special meeting on the 17th of September. That was in fact in the afternoon or evening. Councillor Carroll was absent for that meeting. So the motion is that the minutes of the special meeting of council dated 17 September 2024 be confirmed. Have someone move that? Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. We then move to the next... Oh, sorry? There's one more, yes. The next one is the special meeting on the 18th, which is the day after, and Councillor Carroll was absent for that one. So the motion is that the minutes of the special meeting of council dated 18 September 2024 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, any business arising, councillors, from the minutes of the previous meetings? No business arising. Item number 6, councillors, is then the presentation of petitions. And I understand, Councillor Rebecca, you have a petition.
I do, thank you, Mayor. And in bringing forth this petition to council, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the lead petitioner, who is joining councillors in the gallery with us this morning. Councillors, this petition draws the attention of council to take immediate and decisive action to address the dangerous and disruptive traffic conditions on Curzon Street. The situation has escalated to a point where it poses significant risks to safety, well-being and quality of life for all residents. The petitioners request council to restore their street back to the safe and quiet community that it was prior to the installation of traffic lights on Margaret and Mackenzie Streets. By way of background, Mayor, since the installation of the traffic lights at the intersection of Margaret and Mackenzie Streets, Curzon Street has experienced a drastic and unacceptable increase in traffic, the petitioners write. Originally a quiet residential street, Curzon has now become an unofficial highway with heavy traffic flow, excessive noise and frequent violations of the 50 km/h speed limit. This increase in traffic has led to numerous safety incidents and has severely impacted the daily lives of those living in the area. In response to these ongoing concerns, a community meeting was held on the 31st of September, facilitated by Garth Hamilton MP. Over 80 residents attended, voicing their frustrations and concerns regarding the worsening traffic situation. The petitioners were grateful to have Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Edwina Farquhar attend the meeting, which was highly appreciated by the residents. Following this meeting, the petitioners are submitting this petition. This petition contains 100 signatures, and I confirm that this is a properly made petition. Council Business confirmed this yesterday. I'd also like to acknowledge the General Manager for ISG, Mr. Mike Brady, and his desire to work for the safety of residents in our streets. And in doing so, Mayor, I move that this petition be received by Council.
Thanks, Councillor. Can I just check a date that was mentioned there about a forum that was held by our federal member?
The 31st of September, facilitated by Garth Hamilton MP.
31st of September. Was it the 30th or the 1st of October? I wonder what date. 30th of September? Thank you.
30th of September.
You happy for us to amend that letter there? Yes? Okay. So we've got a move of Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried. That is the receipt of the petition. Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And thank you, Jess, for attending today as well. Appreciate that. Councillors, we then move to item number 7, which is a business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. There is no mayoral minute today, councillors. We move then to item number 8, which is reception and consideration of committee reports. The first of which is the Planning and Development Committee. There was one item, councillors, which was item number 3, Regional Development Statistics. Is anyone wishing to pull that item out to discuss? If not, councillors, the motion that will be before us up on the screen, if we get that opportunity. Deanne, she's working on that. I'm a bit quick here. The motion, councillors, is as per your board books, which is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated the 8th of October 2024 be received and the recommendation therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to item 8.2, councillors. There was no item on Water and Waste Committee. Therefore, the motion is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 8 October 2024 be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried. We then move to item 8.3, which is the Infrastructure Committee. There was one item in Infrastructure Committee. It was item number 3, Toowoomba Region Road Safety Strategy 2024-2028. Would anyone like to pull that item out to discuss further? If not, the motion then before us, thank you, Deanne, is that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 8 October 2024 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. I have a move by Councillor Trevor, seconder, Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. We move then to item 8.4, which is the Environment Community Committee. There were two items, first of which was parking amendment. It was item number 3, Subordinate Local Law number 1, 2024, and item number 4, which was the Youth Strategy 25 to 30, Connect, Create, Activate. Anyone wishing to pull any of these items out? If not, there's a recommendation there before us. The motion is that the report of the Environment and Community Committee dated 9 October 2024 be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 8.5, which is Corporate Services Committee. There were 4 items in which we needed a substantive vote. Item number 3 was Derivative Policy and Investment Policy. Item number 4 was Request for Sponsorship, Meat Stock Toowoomba. 2025. Item number 5 was quote or tender consideration plan, and item number 6, customer experience strategy. Is there anything anyone would like to pull out? If not, councillors, the motion is before us there that the report of the Finance and Business Strategy Committee dated 9 October 2024 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone move. Moved by councillor
You
Tim.
might have to change that to corporate services, Chair.
I saw, yeah, good pick-up. Thank you, Tim. Oh, it is on the screen, corporate services. It's just me reading this information out. Thanks, councillor Tim. You happy to move? Moved by councillor Tim. Seconder? Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move then to Economic Development Committee. There were no items. The motion before us is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 9 October 2024 be received. Moved by councillor Edwina. Seconded. Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you, councillors. We move then to item number 9, which is the monthly performance statement. And I invite GM Anne-Marie Johnson to come forward to say a few words and then answer some questions. Anne-Marie, welcome to you. I don't know if that's your seat or maybe that one's easier, hey? Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. So presenting the monthly financial performance statement and the first quarter performance for council as required by section 204 of the local government regulation. So this is the quarterly report. We've also included council's sustainability statement and the capital work summary report. Unrestricted cash expense ratio at the 30th of September was 6.42 months against the Queensland Government Financial Management Sustainability Guideline of greater than 2 months. So this would be, as expected, with rate notices due for payment on the 4th of September. Just with an update on our sales for arrears, there are 12 properties remaining in the sale of land process. And the next step is to issue the auction notices on the 8th October for the auction, which is scheduled for the 15th of November. If we move on to the consolidated financial performance statement, so overall income tracking, operational income with a variance of less than 1%. Above budget, and that's associated with increased application and connection fees and additional parking enforcement. Operating expenditure, so overall tracking at 4% above budget. If you look at our labour is currently tracking on budget, but note that we have budgeted for EB increase, but that hasn't been paid as yet. The most significant variance in our operational expenditure is in the material services and other expenditure component. So currently above budget by 8.2 million. So some of this is associated with timing and some with insufficient budget in several operational areas. So strategic water planning, capital delivery, there's a payment of 1.1 made towards the Toowoomba pipeline. That's a timing issue and will be reviewed at Budget Review 1. Waste services, currently 1.4 million over budget. Waste services are finding it challenging at the moment to meet the budget. So we did take a report to council last year on the cost recovery of the business. So our council's waste business is not cost recovery at this time. So that's something that we will be bringing back to councils for a review. Information communication technology is 1.7 above budget. That is just a timing issue with licenses paid earlier than budgeted. Parks and Recreation, again, $1 million over budget due to the early payment to the Darling Downs Morton Rabbit Board. And that, again, that was scheduled for November and was paid early. In our water operations business, we're investigating a payment of 1.2 million. That was above budget, but we feel it's incorrectly levied, so we're currently reviewing that. So when we take Council's Budget Review 1 in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be able to look at those budgets and actuals and where those challenges are and bring proposed solutions. So if we move on to capital, page 4 of 7 of the report of the Consolidated Financial Performance Statement, Capital income is currently tracking below budget by 2.1 million or 15%. So we've got grants, subsidies, contributions below budget. And this is due to revenue across various capital projects that is unable to be recognised because the key milestones on the delivery of those projects hasn't been met as yet. Infrastructure charge is above budget by 1.6 million. That's due to the unpredictability around when those charges will be paid. In capital expenditure, we can look at our asset sustainability ratio tracking quite low and much lower than budget. So councillors may recall we did have a target at 90% that was reduced to 60% as part of the new sustainability framework. We set ourselves a budget of 38% this year because of the significant upgrade projects in the budget, but we're tracking a lot lower than that. So that's something that needs to be constantly reviewed. Asset consumption rate ratio indicates that over time we are meeting our asset needs. Just a bit of a summary in I think I've covered the sale of assets below budget at the moment. So there's a couple of things that play in that one. Our auction that was scheduled for September in fleet and logistics didn't happen until October, but there's over budget in property services with properties sold last year recognised this year. So they'll be reviewed as part of the budget review process. In our actual capital programme deliveries, our main capital works programme is overall programme is 26 million or 42% under delivered at this stage. So that's something that does require our monitoring. The main capital works programme, 3.9 million or 18%. Within that is 1.6 million for fleet. So purchase orders have been raised, but we can't recognise the expenditure until the goods have been delivered. Strategic water planning, 1.6 million below budget, but there are certainly quite a few projects in the pipeline. So Gary Creek Trunk Serve, slightly below budget. Toowoomba to Warwick Pipeline, the capital component. Boggart Road Pump Station upgrade, below budget. When the project commenced, it was found that we needed to build a switchboard and shed, so delayed the construction slightly. And Kubi Dam Safety Improvement Project below budget by 861,000. The project board are currently managing these major projects. And these under budgets are offset by Highfields trunk water mains, which is above budget by 1.9 million. And just moving on to Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project. The project's currently 21 million or 73% below budget. And we spoke to this yesterday at the EPR session. So it's quite a few areas impacting the project, including permits from the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, access to the pipeline through private properties, which we are negotiating there. Also, attachment 4 is the sustainability statement. And the sustainability statement shows that Council's operating performance and liquidity ratios that we are able to meet our financial commitments in the short and medium term, and our debt servicing ratio remains within the target. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Imre. Noting that attachment 6, if there is a requirement to discuss, is a confidential attachment. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To you, Anne-Marie. The precept being paid early, was that requested for the Darling Downs and Moreton Rabbit Board? Why was it requested? We're the largest contributor to that board in this area, and I just wanted to know why we paid it a month early. Was it requested?
I'll have to take the question on notice. I'm not sure whether the phasing was incorrect or the payment was paid early, but they didn't align. So the budget was sitting in November and the payment was made in September. So I'm happy to take that question on notice and send an email.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other questions, councillors? There's no other council team, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Anne-Marie, the operating surplus ratio was high going back to the start of financial year, and then it's coming down to where it should be. Is that as a result of stuff paid at the start of the financial year? Yeah.
It's we will always see that ratio tracking high around when rates have been paid. So rates are levied 4 times a year, so twice for general, twice for the water rates. But the expenditure is incurred at a much smoother across the period. So that's why we'll see the peaks and troughs.
Yep.
Our target is between 0 and 10% for that one.
Yeah, so that was my next question, if I may. The budget is 0.2. So we've budgeted for... Well,
very low surplus.
Right.
Yes.
Sure.
So
Thank
that's...
Yeah, Councillor Tim. Okay, councillors, if there's no further questions, the recommendation before us is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 30 September 2024 be received. Someone moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie. We'll see you back here later on as well. Councillors, we move to item number 10 on your agenda, which is the CEO monthly report, and I'll hand over to Acting CEO Nick. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, the CEO's report includes the usual attachments for you, and Kylie Delrain's here to answer any questions if you have in relation to that. But before we jump to that, I just thought it might be worth highlighting some of the other things that are happening in the organisation for you. And Mayor Jeff mentioned earlier this morning in the values moment the transition of our HR and payroll processes from Technology One to CI Anywhere occurred seamlessly last week. It appeared seamlessly on the surface, but I can guarantee and assure you those teams were paddling like ducks beneath the water to make that happen. So congratulations to Anne-Marie and her team. A lot of people involved in that, especially our ICT team. So that's we're going to realise lots of benefits from that as we embed that into the future. So a really great initiative. Councillors, we're working hard on the quarterly operational plan update that will come to you next month. We've just finished the first quarter. So as you know, we've adopted a new format for that operational plan this year. So working through what that looks like and how that's presented to you and what that means has been given some thought. So we'll welcome your feedback around that when that comes to you. A couple of other things happening in the organisation that are worth noting. It's Safe Work Month, and we're delivering 7 sessions this week for our staff to attend presentations and with a focus around safety in the workplace. It's our number one priority. Everyone deserves to come to work and go home in the same state that they left home in the morning. So we continue to provide focus on that. And the other thing that's worth noting, very internally focused, of course, but our staff awards. I call it awards season. We kicked off a couple of weeks ago with corporate services holding their staff awards. Water and waste is on Thursday morning, and the other groups are over the next couple of weeks as well. So very important initiatives for our staff to recognise the efforts. So I just wanted to highlight those things that are going on in the organisation that I thought are noteworthy.
Thank you, Nick. I do appreciate that. Councillors, is there any questions in regard to either the organisational culture, which is attachment 1, or attachment 2, employee relations report? And Kylie, thank you very much for being here today. Do appreciate it. If there's no questions, councillors, the recommendation is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Nick. We move then to item number 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report. And councillors, that's there for your interest, and very happy to take any questions in regard to any of that information. Obviously, it highlights some of the things we have mentioned, and this weekend, this Sunday, of course, is the kick-off of the LGAQ conference, where we have our Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors meeting in the afternoon on Sunday from, I think it's from about 11 o'clock or thereabouts, with the strategy and then the session in the afternoon. A note of interest stemming from the ABC visit, which is noted there with Kim Williams, AM Board Chair, was Donna Field, who is the National Disaster Communications Manager for ABC. She's actually agreed to come to our meeting on Sunday as well, which is very useful, obviously, for our councils to the west of us, as well for us. But from a communications perspective, critically important through disaster. So Donna has agreed to present for half an hour or so on Sunday afternoon, which is a great addition to the program. We thank her for that as well. Councillors, are there any questions in regard to the mayoral report for October? If not, the recommendation is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Unanimously. We move then, councillors, to item number 12, which is Officers' Report, and the first of which is item 12.1, Annual Report. And I know, Daniel, you're the author, but if there's financial questions, I'm assuming you will handball those to the nearest and most possible person to answer those, which would be the General Manager. But do appreciate it, Daniel, from a communications piece. But Anne-Marie, I'm happy to hand over to you first if you'd like to say a few things. I'll then say a few things as well after we go to questions.
No, I'm really happy to just take a question. So it's a legislative requirement, councillors, that the annual report is adopted shortly after our financial statements are signed off. We did have some challenges in that space, which we have overcome. So a massive shout out really to Daniel and the team for bringing the report together. So well done.
Thanks. Thank you, Anne-Marie, and thank you, Daniel, for being here. I'll make a couple of comments, councillors, and I guess it's, I think even before the election, I may have made mention on a couple of occasions, whether it's a Chamber of Commerce or a Toowoomba Rat Basin Enterprise or even Candidates Forum, that this term of council will arguably the most challenging from a financial sustainability for this council, and that's proven to be the case. And the annual report for 23-24, annual reports always tell a story if you read them, and the story is quite clear here, that local governments, and we in particular in this case, really do seek fair, timely and untied funding from both federal and state government. And the LGAQ, through the President, is certainly pushing that, and I acknowledge Councillor Rebecca on the policy as well, and at the Australian Local Government Association. That's the story that is told in this annual report. Fair, timely and untied funding is what we need. We oversee close to a $7 billion asset base in our council, and we are unusual in some local governments across the state in the amount of assets that we actually manage and maintain. It's nearly 65%, which is unusually high, yet we receive less than 3 cents in the dollar of taxation into our region. So I say that as an opening remark, but having said that, there's been some really good news come out of this year, and the first of which is that Queensland Treasury has again completed its credit review in April this year and maintained our credit rating as sound with a neutral outlook. That mightn't sound much, but what it does do is should give assurance to our community that council can pay our dues and responsibilities when they are required to be met. And that's critically important. So that's the first thing I'd like to make, statement I'd like to make. The second of which is around the big projects that we're doing. We've just had the financial statements, consolidated statements articulated by GM Anne-Marie in regard to one of our measures, which is the asset sustainability ratio. That is a real challenge for us. And if you go to I think it's around about page 108, it's the last page in the book. It's not until June 30, 2027 that we can say that we have met all 9, seven of which are reportable, but all 9 of our financial sustainability measures as set out by the state government. So we've got another 2 years of really hard slog. And I signal that to the community because our decisions in here take time, need a lot of deliberation and need to be balanced right across the region. Arguably the biggest project this council has ever seen is obviously making it challenging for a lot of those other projects that we need to do and would love to do. However, they've had to be pushed back. Noting that tomorrow there's a leaders' debate, and we're very hopeful, and our Deputy Mayor will be representing us down there at that forum. Very hopeful that there will be some level of commitment from both sides in regard to the support of this massive undertaking of dam safety upgrades across the state. It's a massive undertaking, and we're hopeful, and I thank Councillor Rebecca for being there at that and representing us in that fashion. Those things said, a real highlight for us has been the local spend. Local spend in our local community, which employs local people, and therefore that's the Economics 101, works through the economy. We achieved some 59%, which is 1% shy of our stretch target of 60%, attaining some $231 million spent locally. That's an extraordinary effort when you consider only 12 years ago we were $56 million spent, $56 million and 24%. So it's an extraordinary example of how a strategic decision can filter through an operational arm and achieve what it has. That said, and it's a disclaimer, and you'll note in our reports today, later, that we'll struggle to do that this year, potentially next year, because of the large projects that we have that require expertise that at this stage can't be found in our community. So we will struggle to get to that stretch target. Our eye will be kept on it from a strategic perspective, and I know operationally our teams are working as hard as we can to ensure that we also cover off on the responsibilities which we have, which is fair value, but making sure that we support our local community. So the next couple of years will be a real stretch target of 60%, keeping in mind that the state government target is 30% spent locally. So we should still be very proud of what we have achieved. We've also had some challenges, as we mentioned earlier, through Anne-Marie in regard to the costs of delivering the materials and services particularly that have risen, and we see that in our reports today. That, coupled with the lack of the expected prepayment of financial assistance grants of nearly $5 million, has seen us significantly be affected this year operationally. And that's from the recurrent operational expenditure, which is where we have generated an operating deficit of $12.1 million for the end of financial year 24. That said, and this is why we maintain our rating, over the last 5 years, and this is how Queensland Treasury assessed this, it's on averages, over the last 5 years, despite the fact that we've recorded 3 deficits in those 5 years, we have maintained an average operating surplus of 0.15%. And I mention that and pause for a moment, just to give an understanding of the erratic nature that we're seeing, the financial landscape that we're in. Both money coming in, money going out, the cost of delivery and the funding that is being reduced to our region. So we're working really hard to correct that. And again, and I say and I stress, it's those 3 things that we request, which is around fair, timely and untied funding into local government. So we are facing some challenges. Page 108, as I say, or 109 it might be, of the long-term financial sustainability paints a much clearer and more, I would say, more balanced view of what the financial outlook looks like. And that is the long-term view, which I always maintain that looking at things in isolation in 1 year is a challenge, as we will see, but looking at things over 10 years can certainly see from a forecast that if we continue to be financially astute, continue to make decisions in the best interests of all of our community and seek that funding, then the future remains as bright as we all anticipate it to be, and we should celebrate that. So there is no doubt that local governments are facing a tough time, and I thank the LGAQ and the Australian Local Government Association for carrying the mantle at both state and territory governments, but also the federal government in that regard. Finally, can I acknowledge all of you and acknowledge Councillor Melissa Taylor as well with her absence today, acknowledge all councillors for their diligence in which we've managed to work through the financial year, acknowledging our CEO, Brian Pigeon, General Manager for what is now Corporate Services, Anne-Marie Johnson, and all of your team, Anne-Marie, thank you. And more broadly, Daniel, to you and the corporate team, communications team, thank you for in which way that you have put together the annual report. It is, as I say, been another productive year, progressive year, and there's plenty of positive things to look forward to, albeit we have definite challenges on the rise, and we need to balance that with that opportunity. So with those words, councillors, unless anyone wanted to particularly say anything, happy for someone to move the motion before us. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, and the motion is in two parts. The council adopts the annual report 23-24 in accordance with the requirements set out within the Local Government Regulation 2012, and two, that a limited number of printed copies of the Toowoomba Regional Council Annual Report 23-24 be made available to the general public at no cost, I don't know if that's working actually, and a digital version of the document plus an embedded video summarising the report be made available on Council's website. Moved by Councillor Rebecca.
Just a question.
Question, Councillor. Can I just have a second for the motion before, or is it in regard to that motion particularly?
Just a question to Daniel about the content of the report, if I could.
Content of the report.
A particular aspect of it.
Okay, well, we've got a second of Councillor James, so it's on the table. I'll take a question, Councillor Shine, if you'd like a question to Daniel.
Anne-Marie or Daniel.
Okay.
During the year, I raised the question of legal costs with respect to Planning and Environment Court appeals, and with the desirability of those being made known publicly. The answer was, oh, well, they're set out in the annual report. Just wondering, is that the case? And if it is, if you could point me to where it is in the annual report.
I'll have to take that question on notice, Councillor. Particular
Sorry for not giving you advance notice, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it on the top of my head.
Anne-Marie, GM Anne-Marie is just flicking through.
Councillor Carey, so it's not going to be in the annual report as you've requested, so broken out. Legal expenses will be in the notes. So I'm happy to have a quick look through them and let you know where in the notes we can refer to those.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. So we have a mover, Councillor Rebecca, second to Councillor James. Any need to go to debate? If not, I put the motion. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Anne-Marie and Daniel. Thank you very much. Please pass on our thanks to your teams. Councillors, item number 12.2 is the change to council committee meetings and ordinary meetings in December 2024 and council committee meetings in January 2025. This is a pretty standard practice, actually, for this time of year, and I wonder why we just don't do them at the start of the year. But anyway, maybe that's something that can be done at the start of each term. Acting CEO to make note of that. The authors for this, Wendy Cuskelly and Deanne McDonald. Deanne, are you able to take any questions? Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to this motion? It's fairly procedural. The motion is number one, the committee meeting scheduled for 10-11 December 2024 be now held on the 3rd and 4th of December, and 2, the ordinary meeting scheduled for 17th December now be held on the 10th of December, and the 3, the committee meeting scheduled for January 2024 not be held. Now for someone to move that motion. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deanne. That's your first report. Well done. Congratulations. You did well. Item number 13, councillors, matters which notice has been given, and there's no matters been given. Any other business determined by resolution that's required? Basically, that's general business. If anyone likes to bring that forward, where we seek advice from others. If not, councillors, we move to close the meeting to the public. In doing so, councillors, we might just move to close. We might adjourn if that's okay, for 10 minutes at the same time, and then when we come in, the meeting will be closed. So let's, can I have someone to move to close the meeting? Moved by councillor Kerry, seconded by councillor Edwina. Those in favour? That motion is carried. So we'll go closed and we'll also adjourn for 10 minutes. Kerry. Rebecca and Kerry. Sorry, you write them on there too. No, it's a good double cross check. Councillors, we will resume the meeting. Item 16.1 is the confidential matter appointment of independent audit committee members. The recommendation is there before us. Have someone move. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Let's move to item 16.2, the CEO's monthly report, a confidential item. The motion is simply to that council receive the CEO's monthly report. Someone to move that. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, move to adjourn the meeting if someone would like to do that and return at 1:25. 1:10. Are you happy with 1:20? Let's go 1:20. Okay, 1:20 it is. Moved by Gary, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried. 1:20, we're back. Councillors, we'll resume the